This meeting is being recorded. I will now open the meeting. I believe we have a quorum of the Finance Committee. We have in person and online Ray Andrews, Suresh Bhatia, myself, Peggy Briggs, Eric Dahlberg, Amrith Kumar, Lindsay Liss, Dee Ortner, Parashar Patel, Chris Reynolds. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Hello?
Don, this is Don Kupka. I'm on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Got it. Who would like to be the scribe? I recommend somebody online, sitting comfortably in their own home. The penalty for not coming in.
Peggy, I'll do it.
Amrith?
Yeah.
Thank you.
When you get a chance, just email me the list of people who are here. I didn't write it down fast enough.
I will. Thank you, Amrith.
Chris, if you're online, can you get rid of the recording notice, please? I saw it online.
Oh, it's maybe done? No, I think it shows on the screen.
No, it shows on their screen too.
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to do something.
Yeah, someone's right. Okay,
Oh, there we go.
got it.
A little slower.
Just, it's got it. Got it. Okay.
Mission accomplished.
I also see online that we have Matt Johnson, our select board chair. Thank you, Matt, for coming tonight.
Yeah, I'm here.
And some other members of the public, staff, and school committee. So
Yeah, and I am looking for a date for that hearing related to the meeting related to the capital planning process.
Yep.
The finance committee meeting.
Yes. I just thought you were looking for a date.
I think that would be problematic.
Everyone's got their hand up in the audience. Okay, just kidding. Okay, call to order, assigned scribe. We've done those
Sorry,
things.
you've not called the meeting to order yet. You need to do a roll call vote.
Oh, thank you. Okay, now you'll have your names. Okay, Amrith. Roll call. Let's see. Ray Andrews.
Here.
Present. Suresh Bhatia.
Present.
Present. Peggy Briggs. Present. Kathy Koklow. Not. Eric Dahlberg.
Here.
John Garofalo. Not present. Greg Gorello. Not present. Amrith Kumar.
Yep, I'm here.
Don Kupka.
Present.
Lindsay Liss.
Present.
Dee Ortner.
Present.
Parashar Patel.
Present.
Chris Reynolds.
Here.
Brian Taylor. Absent. And Lois Wassoff also absent. And we do have a new member, John Garoppolo. I'm not sure if he's looking in tonight. He was appointed by Carmen Reese, and I think he just needs his final swearing in, and then we'll have a full complement, which will be very nice. Okay, we do have a regular meeting next week. So many.
That was me. Keep going. So.
Okay. So there will be some things that might come up tonight, but really are deferred to next week for regular meetings, such as committee assignments and scheduling and whatnot. Our purpose tonight is to have an informal discussion with the middle school building committee. I think everyone here is aware that the most recent estimate came in significantly higher than the approximately 103 million that was approved at town meeting last spring. And the intent tonight is to talk to both Dawn and Pat, the co-chairs of that committee. Lori Hunter is here, Dr. Lori Hunter, the school superintendent, and the new finance administrator at the high school.
Bob Conry's our new assistant
Bob
superintendent.
Conry, who we met.
So he's here to get to know you a little bit and listen in on the buildings.
Excellent. So I intend this meeting to be kind of informational, friendly. I don't want any, I think it's way too soon for anyone to start positioning. There's obviously many alternatives. I think we know two things. We know that the town agreed to spend $103 million on this school. And we know what that school looked like when that was approved. Everything else we don't know. We have a new estimate. We don't know where that estimate's going to go. We have some financing alternatives. We don't know what that's going to end up looking like in terms of interest rates. Really couldn't be much of a worse time, honestly, to try and build something. And I think we all know that, whether it's a school or affordable housing or pretty much anything else. So we'd like to kind of hear where the building committee is coming from. We'd like to look at the, what the numbers are, if you have a presentation. We'd like it to look, it was interesting, the gray area in your schedule turned out to be gray. Could have been yellow or blue or anything else, but it was gray. And that's sort of a 6-month time period for estimating the budget and whatnot. And we'd like to get a better feel for that schedule. So really from our viewpoint, it would be when, we could weigh in with recommendations that would, be not too soon and not too late, and where information would become available. Like I said, we don't want to debate or start taking positions. The Finance Committee is prepared to share some information on tax impact of the different scenarios, so we can go into that as well. Okay. So with that, you have a presentation? Or,
The way it was shared out,
Okay.
we had slides.
yes, we do.
Yes, I didn't know if.
They're
you were
your
doing that in
slides.
that- Yeah, so they're actually our professional slides, but they're from our June 30th meeting.
Yes,
We can certainly use them as a high level, here's where we are, and
let's
here's what was presented, just for reference. And I'm Dawn Borriello, by the way.
let's do that, yes. And I'm gonna have to ask you to
Do you need to-
either sit up here next to me, or Lindsay, why don't you come up here? Or, yeah, you take that one. Yeah, exactly. And sit right up at the table. You need to be, these aren't amplifying. They're not amplification. They're for the TV.
Are we gonna go for slides?
Yes,
In here, right?
yep.
Yep, there we go.
We have a magic person.
Okay. So, hello, I'm Dawn Borriello. I'm co-chair of the Concord Middle School Building Committee.
Pat Nelson, co-chair.
Closer to the microphone, please.
Thank you for having us. I wasn't really prepared to do a presentation, but I'm prepared to do a high level. Here's where we are in the process.
That'd be great.
Is this good enough?
I think that the microphone may be switched off. You might have to hit the button on the base.
Just say, is it on green?
It's green.
Green. It's green.
Okay. All right.
Can you hear this?
It
You
is
do
a little
that.
hard. It is a little bit hard, like was mentioned.
I think you need to get it closer.
Really close.
How's that, Matt?
Much better. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
Awkward, but I'll do my best.
It's, you'll get used to it.
Okay, thank you. He's going to check the volume. I am Dawn Borriello, co-chair of the Concord Middle School Building Committee with,
Pat Nelson, co-chair of the Middle School Building Committee.
and and thank you for having us tonight. As I said, I'm not really prepared to do a full presentation. I thought maybe the finance committee had the first few slides, which had a lot of our information, but in a different format. I'm happy to go through what our professionals shared at our June 30th meeting, which was the last time that our building committee met. So high level, our building is under design. We have concluded design development. That was done in June, and which was shared out with the third-party estimators from both the designer and the OPM. That is a normal stopping point in the project to have estimated. So you estimate in feasibility twice, schematic design, which took us to the town meeting and the ballot. That sets the budget. And at that point, it was approved. Thank you, Concord. We moved forward into design development in early February. And from February to June, our designers did additional geotech and testing, as well as design drawings. They completed design development in June, sent it out to the estimators, and that's the estimate we're here to talk about tonight. The gray area, as Peggy mentioned, if you go forward, it's page 11 of 17 in the packet, whoever's driving. This was all from our professionals. There's the, yep, right here. That gray bar, that's kind of top in the middle. That is what took us from the vote through to bidding. So we're in that gray bar, we're maybe a third of the way through.
Estimating.
I'm sorry?
Is that all the way to bidding?
That takes us to the end of construction documents, which
Okay.
is when the project gets hard bid. Real numbers, not estimate numbers.
And we're showing, what's the date we're showing for that?
February 7th to February 22nd of
Okay.
2023.
Okay,
That's the area you
Yep.
asked us to focus on. So we're, as you know, from February to June, we're design development, completed that, got the estimating, and at our June 30th meeting, had a motion to have our designers continue into construction documents, which is the final phase. So that's from July through the end of February to finish the drawings. So within that phase, at 60%, which, bear with me, because I have the schedule here, 60% goes to the estimators on 10/3, October 3rd, and they come back 10/14.
You say 60% goes?
60% construction documents.
Oh, 60% of the documents should go.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, it's just a phase. It's not that we only have 60%, it's that they're still in progress, if that makes sense. So it's a check-in. So just like design development is sort of the end of a phase, 60% construction documents is a check-in, and then 90% is the last estimate. So there's 2 more estimates in the design phase before you get to a hard bid. So the second estimate at 90%, sure.
When is what's the turnaround time?
Between, so we deliver it on 10/3, our professionals, and get it back mid-month. So it's 10 days, but it's a couple weeks typically, depending on what else the estimators are bidding. I like to give them 3 weeks, but so somewhere in the 2 to 3 week range, you get the numbers back. And then they reconcile them. I think that's where the 3 weeks is. They get them back, the designer and the OPM. Their 2 estimators sit down for a day-long meeting and talk numbers. What did you carry for X? I carried Y, they reconcile it. And that's the number, the agreed upon number at the end of the reconciliation.
which is similar to what we have for right now.
That's exactly
That's
what
what
we
we got.
have at DD.
And we'll be using the same 2
One,
bidder, estimators.
yep, AM Fogarty and PMNC.
Okay.
Correct.
Excellent.
They're third-party estimators.
Let's try switching mics. I think there might be an issue with that mic.
Sure.
Because it's not working. It's going to.
So on October 3rd, they go.
There's a set to the estimator.
October 3rd, they go to the estimator.
That's correct.
3 weeks later, the estimates come back reconciled, or is that when the reconciliation
Well,
process happens?
Lorraine's on, she's probably laughing.
Roughly.
And this is her schedule that I'm trying my best to present. It's typically about 3 weeks. So early October, it'll go to the estimators. Mid-October, we get it back
Okay.
as a reconciled number. We don't
As a
see it until it's
reconciled number.
reconciled.
Okay.
We do get the backup, which was in your packet,
Yep.
the DD2, the two different estimates, and then they reconcile them. Yep.
Okay.
We got, in the packet, we all saw the short version and the two long
Summary,
versions.
yes. The long version is.
I did not print out the 45 pages in the packet, but we did see that.
Yes, good. So that same thing redone. They don't start again with those numbers. They re-estimate it
Yep.
from scratch every time. So that will happen in October.
Yep.
And so we'll have 60% numbers again to review. 90% goes out, the poor estimators, December 19th and come back just after the first of the year. So that's the last estimate in the design process. That's our last check-in, if that's helpful. And from there, they just get from 90 to 100%. They dot all their I's, they cross all their T's, and it goes out to bid end of February.
I just want to add that I think it's important to note what Dawn said about they're not using the old numbers. They're starting from scratch. So when they start from scratch again, they'll be looking at the market, where the market is at that time.
Sure.
Okay,
I think that's important to remember.
it is. That's good. Zero-based budgeting.
Yes.
We,
And I can get
sometimes
into
we
that a
hate
little-
that term, sometimes we love that term.
I can get into that a little bit more as far as what's included in our design development estimate, which is the information that you have in your packet. But I wanted to address the schedule question because you asked us specifically to do so. And then that takes us to bidding, which end of February, bids come back March. There's filed sub bids first, then general bids, and then we know how much it really will cost.
So-
we're talking like March 1st, 2023?
No, it actually takes longer than that. It's many, many weeks of bidding. So there's filed sub bids, those come in, then there's general bids. So it's actually the difference between end of February and April.
So
I
this-
have-
this
and
says April
correct me if I'm-
21, right?
I'm sorry?
April 21st is around then when we would bid.
That's exactly.
We'd
the schedule.
award the bids.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And the lowest qualified bidder.
Okay,
So that takes us through the gray bar, if that's helpful. Those are our check-in points, our, yep.
so that is it, just timeline-wise, that is well after the warrant closes and before town meeting? Are we voting this at regular town meeting or special town meeting?
We've already voted on this, so unless we need to revote, there's no other,
I'm talking about, we voted 103. If we're
Yes.
voting more, if it's substantially more than that, I believe we'd have to take it back to town meeting and another vote.
Decision to go forward with the warrant yet?
correct. And it would have to happen before the hard bids come in.
One of the options.
Have to happen before the hard bids come in.
That's important, so you have to
You can't,
have a number before you can contract.
yes, you have to have an approved number from the public
That answers
before
my
you
question,
can.
yeah,
Was
okay.
that a question? Good.
Yeah, well, it was an internal question we had as to the timing, which is why this is helpful.
That's
Okay.
absolutely, that's
So
a great
just,
question
and
important detail.
Matt, you're on board here. So it seems to me we're looking at unless we're doing a project at 103, we are looking probably at a special town meeting.
Well,
In the
can I
spring.
ask a question
Sure,
first?
yeah.
What, do we have, Matt, do we have a sense of when the warrant articles will close?
Yes, we do. It's December.
Is it December?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
But I think the.
Are you asking me about this stuff?
well, or Carrie.
The warrant closes on January 4th of 2023.
Okay, so
I
January
mean, this
4th.
would be a special town meeting, so I think
I
that
think it would.
all the timelines would be different, right? Special town meetings, it's a much tighter timeline.
Right.
Can I
So-
just-
But I do have a follow-up question though for Dawn. which is,
Just,
that we do have a number in hand. And so, you know, we do have that 103 number. So that is an approved budget. So when the bids come in, I mean, if they come in high, could we then get a higher number? Or do we have to have the allocation of a higher number first? I'm just trying to understand if the bids are trying to meet a number, or the bids are what they are, and then we have to meet their number.
It's a little complicated, so stay with me. We can set it up, it's complicated, but you can set it up with deduct alternates that if they're taken and the bids are high and the deduct alternates get you to your budget number, the 103, let's use easy numbers. That is one way to do it. If your bids are high and you don't have an avenue to bring them to that 103, you need to rebid it. Or go back to the town on a different article to ask for money that you think it will cost the next time you bid it, if that makes sense. So it will need to be rebid.
Okay.
It will need to be, well, if the bids come out, so far we're talking about estimates.
These are estimates.
We have
guesses.
a town meeting approval for
Educated
103. Now we're having more detailed estimates. We don't have a bid. So the bid is going to come in on or about April 21st. And our annual town meeting is April 30th, which, you know, unless there's a bid for 103, then you can go ahead with that. If you know, if the bid comes in at 103 or the scope is reduced or there's an avenue to meet the 103, then you're all set, you're done. I believe. Question would be if the project is dramatically altered, do we go back to town meeting? I think town meeting really just approves the money.
It's the
So-
2.5, proposition 2.5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I go back to this deduct business for a minute,
Yes,
Peggy?
please.
Because it seems like we have maybe three paths at a high level, right? So we've got the 103, let's just stick with that for now. The cost estimates come in and let's just say it's 105. So what you're saying is one approach could be to put a bid out that says, we want it at 10, we're putting this out. This is the part I mechanically don't understand. When you say deduct items, we'll do without a cafeteria to get ludicrous, right? To bring it below the 103.
Okay.
Just trying to understand the mechanics.
Yeah.
What do we have to specify in the bid in terms of how that deduct works? Can you help us understand that part?
Yeah, so taking out space is not usually a great.
I would just, let's just, yeah.
Here's why. Because
No,
we
it's just
have
an
to draw
example.
the
It's
alternate.
just an example.
Yeah,
Forget about
whatever
the,
it is.
whatever that
I'm
is.
going to use a really simple example.
Fair enough.
We have a very acoustically sound ceiling tile. We have
Okay.
whatever,
Yep.
100,000 square feet of it. There's an alternate tile
Mhm.
that we believe may save us X amount of dollars. If we specified that, we'd rather have the nicer acoustic one.
Okay.
So you might spec it in a way that says, here's the preferred acoustical tile.
Yep,
Here's the deduct alternate.
yep.
So give us a number
For
to
both.
use that tile.
And the other
So
one.
say it saves you
Okay.
$1 a square foot,
Yep.
$100,000, that you can take that deduct. You have to be strategic. You have to put them in the right order
Mm-hmm. Fair
because you
enough.
have to take them in order. There are
Oh.
laws about this.
Okay.
So you have to be strategic,
Yep.
but you can actually take that deduct alternate
Okay.
if you're 100,000 over your
Sure.
number and
Okay.
you want to get to it.
Okay.
That's a really simple.
No, that's
It's a
helpful.
lot easier to do materials and finishes, and so it's not. That's why I said it's sort of complicated. It's not as easy as saying get rid of a cafeteria.
Okay,
because
fair
that's
enough.
Way more complicated, and you have to actually draw it.
I understand.
And the benefit of that would be you'd avoid the rebid.
Yeah, I mean that
Good.
would get you to an avenue to if you think your
You'd
bids are
have a
gonna come in
plan B
high.
kind of built into your
Yeah,
bidding
there's no
process.
guarantee still.
Yeah, no, I understand.
It would have you avoid doing a special town meeting though, is that? So
I
if you,
mean,
so sequence wise,
yeah,
we can proceed with that deduct.
I've never done it with 5 million.
I understand, but I'm just trying to leave the numbers aside mechanically.
Mm-hmm.
If you can proceed that route with the deduct, and you get the bids in under, then you can avoid the special town meeting, right?
Yeah, you don't have to
Okay,
take.
that's, so that's sort of one path to
Yeah.
maybe not do, you could.
risky.
I understand that. I'm just trying to understand mechanically.
Yeah, yep,
The-
it's one
Yeah.
way.
But if you, let's assume another path. So let's assume you were stuck where you are and you had a special town meeting before you go to bid and that number comes in at whatever that, let's say you're at 107, but the bids come in at 109 or 108, that deduct might give you the wiggle room to avoid yet another rebid in town.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could look at it alternately, and you could have add alternates that you might say, we think we're gonna come in high, so we're gonna carry that lower acoustical ceiling tile, but we'd rather have the other one, so give us a price for the increase, and often you get competitive pricing because they want to do the project. And because who gets the low bid could depend on which alternate you choose. So there's a little bit of a risk in how that gets played out.
Okay.
But you have to take them in order, and it's complicated.
That's fair
It's
enough.
a
Just
path.
mechanically wanted to understand the paths.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's something worth talking about. I don't know that that's going to solve our $5 million.
No, I just wanted to understand what the different paths
Here's a
were.
perfect example. I had a project bid a year and a half ago. They were well under budget. We had an ad alternate to have terrazzo floor in the whole heart of the school cafeteria. We took it. We had the money.
Yeah.
It was great. It was a way that we, based on our estimating, we thought we might be a little under. We didn't think we'd be 10. But we were saying, it'd be really nice to have a more durable, long-term, product, and we were able to get it. So that's a scenario that's the inverse of where we are, but it's, so both, it could work in your favor either way.
Do you already have a list of what the deduct alternates are going to be? And then, or when you have that list, will there be a way to kind of ballpark what they could add up to see
Yeah.
if there's going to be a way to meet the gap?
Our professionals are listening via Zoom, and we've asked them at times, so like, hey, are there things we could deduct alternate in or add alternate in? And they're thinking about that, but right now they've been focused on the value management log and putting things on there for discussion with our committee at our next meeting next week to start the process of, are there things we can just take that make sense, that don't affect the educational plan or other major components that are critical to the design of the building that may be worthwhile. So, and our designers are the ones that know what's in the building better than any of us. They're the ones that drew it and designed it. So they've put together a list for discussion purposes.
And it's a little bit of a catch-22 whether we, value engineer, then bid, get another number, whatever that number is, or do we take it to town meeting with the estimate number, regular town meeting, for example, and then take it out to bid at a higher number if town meeting approves it. So it's, I think as the months go along and you're looking, especially, it sounds like the October bid is going to be, October estimate is going to be kind of critical. See what we can value engineer. That bid will be critical as to their strategy number to regular town meeting or end up going to a special town meeting. Depends on, sort of the gap, the politics, what happens.
One quick thing, you said bid, it's an estimate. So a
I
bid's a
said
hard number.
estimate. The bid doesn't come until April.
That's correct. Just for, I
I
want to
know,
be really
I know,
clear,
we have
'cause they're
to
very different.
absolutely
Yeah.
be clear on that.
So it is, and that's why our committee at our last meeting, the path that we have currently chose was a motion to allow them to continue drawing the building, recognizing that the 60%, the October estimate, that point in time, that check-in that I talked about as I described the schedule,
Yep.
is the critical point where if there are major changes to the building, that's when we need to decide. So we've all said, let's not go through this exercise twice now and maybe again in October, but let's let them continue doing what they're doing. We'll do some homework ahead of time to understand what related costs could be on that value management log and where we might go with that in October if the estimates still come in high.
I have a question regarding town meeting, which is, could we have an article that says an additional cost of, I'm going to throw out a number, $20 million for CMS construction. Have that as an article for town meeting. And then the sooner we get to town meeting and you have then these estimates or whatever it's going out to bid on April 21st, we would have a better sense of the amount that we're talking about. But I'm just saying, I'm throwing out, not to exceed an additional $20 million, just as a placeholder. And then as town meeting comes up, maybe we won't need to do it and we can take it off. Maybe we can reduce it. We could never increase it, but we could reduce it. Is that a
20
possibility?
million or any other number. I mean, that's how the warrant articles are written, as X dollars or any other number.
Okay, I'm just wondering if that's
So then
an
by the
option.
time the town meeting, Matt, I can defer to you, but it's by the time town meeting rolls around and we've got the actual bid, then the motion would have the real number in it.
That's right. The motion that would be moved would have the
Real
real
number.
number.
But the
Rather
question
than-
is, would we still have to rebid? Because at that point, we would have just received bids. And so if town meeting then, 9 days later approved whatever the overage was, would we have to rebid, or could we just
No.
with that?
No, if the motion, I mean, it would be up to the moderator to determine if the motion was within the scope of.
Oh, it
the-
would be if the number was less than 20 million, and I
So
would sure hope it would be. But I
Matt,
guess
you
the
wouldn't
question
have to.
is more for Dawn, that
Matt, from a procurement perspective, you would not have to rebid. This is Amber.
because it would be within 30 days or, whatever,
Correct.
that we would.
So,
So that
Don,
would seem to be a strategy that we could pursue, is to basically have in our pocket a warrant article that would provide incremental funds if needed, and of course, at the discretion of the public, of the voters, whether they wanted to go for it.
Don, the April 21st date is not fixed in stone, right? So in other words, for example, just hear me out. We put the bids, when you say the bids are awarded, do you mean legally awarded, signed, opened?
Yes.
So when do they actually, in an envelope?
Publicly.
And
Well, now they do it.
fair enough. And then when does a bid actually legally get awarded? That can be pushed off till after town meeting, right? And is that the piece that governs this notion of
It
having to
has
go
to be
back?
after town meeting. You can't actually award until you've got the funds
No, so
authorized.
then I'm not sure there's an issue here. That's what I'm trying to get to,
I'm
right?
gonna be honest, this is beyond, I'd
Okay.
have to
So
research it.
the moderator.
I don't wanna say the wrong thing.
That's
My
fine.
understanding was that you needed to have the approval for the
Amount.
amount
Yep.
ahead of time. But I don't know if, when you award it, if, like, there's a nuance there that I don't.
Ahead of
have
what
the
time,
answer.
right? Ahead of what time?
Yeah,
Whether it's the putting the bid out or whether it's
the award.
the award itself, yeah.
And I don't know the answer, so I'd.
Who would be yeah, if you can find out,
Yeah,
that would be
town-
helpful.
Harry has the answer.
Carrie,
Carrie,
yes, thank you.
you know?
Let's welcome in.
Mary LaFleur, our town manager and previous finance director.
So if we knew that we were, it's on. If we knew that we were significantly underfunded going into the bid, we couldn't go into a bid. If we had an estimate that said that it was $5 million, $10 million, $20 million over, we could not put that out to bid.
Because we know
Because
we can't award it.
Right,
We might
because
not
we
be able to
don't,
pay
we don't
for it.
have the funds. We
Right.
can't put it out to bid contingent upon a town meeting action.
So when you say substantial, I mean, are you in essence saying that even if we're $1 million over, we can't take that?
That it would be
approach.
unusual, even at $1 million over for a $100 million
Oh,
project. Yes, it would be unusual to do that.
Okay,
Can I ask if our architect can say something?
sure.
She's.
So, Carrie, so that would lead me to think I definitely have to do a special town meeting. But we're putting it out to bid. we're putting it out to bid, so that we get bids back on April 21st. We won't have a vote for additional funding prior to that. We'll be issuing it with, a potential $6 million shortfall.
But someone's job is to figure this out, right? So it's not, someone's got to figure this out, the strategy for how we go forward, depending on what option we're at, right? So
Well-
we're not solving at the finance committee, right? But is
No,
the
but we
building
don't have
committee
a lot
going
of
to, I mean,
time.
who figures it out, I guess is my
I
question.
mean, I think it's a collaboration between
Yeah.
our professionals and the town
Okay.
as
So
far as
if,
timing.
Your consultant.
Yeah, legality, when things are awarded versus open
Yeah.
versus, so
But-
I, that's a conversation we haven't honestly, before tonight, haven't even had or started, so.
Yeah.
If
well, that was
were
one of the
something-
reasons to have the conversation
that's why we
today, I
do
think.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It sounds as if, Carrie, it sounds, Carrie, that if we can't go to bid above 103 and we think it's going to come out above that, it seems like we've got to have a special town meeting before the end of February. If the plan is to go to bid by then, right?
I'm
If they
gonna,
can't bring
yeah,
it
that's what I-
back
I have a-
down,
I have a
right?
couple
So I
hand-
haven't given up on value engineering, right? There's two paths, right?
I've got a couple hands up, so Don is waving more vigorously than Suresh.
Thanks, Peggy. Yeah, I just wanted to say to the finance committee, you're getting way ahead of ourselves here because doing these interim cost estimates is really to give feedback to the design team of whether or not the design development level drawings and outline specifications are on budget, because there are a million things that they put in there or done, not really knowing where the cost is going to come out. So this is really feedback for them that, no, you've actually overshot the mark for the client's budget, and they need to make some adjustments so that their 60% estimate comes in at 103. It's not, you don't take a DD budget, a DD cost estimate overage as a need to raise your budget. That would be highly unusual in my experience anyway, building buildings. So I think that we may have this conversation after the 60%, after they've done what they can to, adjust things and make it, but their charge is to come in at the 103.
If I can add to that, I echo
Suresh.
Don's concerns, this is Suresh. But going back to the question to pressure, even if you're $1 over the estimate, you cannot be going out for bid. Because if you know your estimate is, let's say, I think, well, let's go back to the construction cost of 80 million, and you're 80 million and $1 on your estimate, you cannot legally go out for bid because that's considered bid shopping by the Attorney General's office, and you will have bid protests in a heartbeat.
So, that's helpful because I think, I agree with you, Chris, right? So in my mind, waiting until October before we figure out any value engineering, et cetera, just compresses the timeline by which everybody has to consider potential alternatives. So I'm curious, I know you voted to let everything proceed in October, but I'm curious, is there a parallel process where you say, hey, can we at least now start considering
That's next week.
alternatives? So, okay.
So our value management log has actually been sent to our
Okay.
committee ahead
Yep.
of next week. And it has recommendations from our professionals that we've hired. And that starts the discussion of, is that where we want to go? And if so, what are we going to consider for removal, for lack of a better word, because we're over?
Yeah, is it possible that value engineering is not going to be considered?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there may be people that there seems like there could be two extremes or somewhere in the middle. You could say, let's value engineer down to 103. That's what we've been charged to do. You could say doing that is extreme because so let me take a step back. There are so many factors that are way, way, way beyond what is normal right now.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that in 30 years of professionally estimating projects, public school projects, our two estimators told us, I went back and took notes on everything they said at our June 30th meeting. They have never seen this level of escalation, cost increases, material cost, and contingencies on contingencies because no one knows what's going on.
Right.
So let me just be really clear. This 5.3 million is not because the design changed. What everyone voted on in January and into February is the same exact building that was drawn just in more detail in June and estimated. The cost overages have to do with, and again, they're on
Roofing.
It's inflation pricing increases.
It is, and it's in necessities to have a building.
Right.
So it's in roofing.
You
over
can't take the,
40%
you can't eliminate the
It's
roof.
steel.
Yeah, right.
It's steel. You
But
can't
you
have a
can change
building
the
without
size of the
steel.
building,
It's
right?
mechanical and plumbing.
Yeah.
And then all of the interior finishes, the increases aren't because they changed. It's because of material costs and supply chain. So I want to be really clear. And then what they're doing is they're only getting 30-day guarantees on their materials costs. So they're buffering those, and then we're putting contingency on top of it. So it's literally buffers on buffers on buffers. So that a lot of that, I would say, I would argue almost all of it is an unknown buffer right now because of costs and unknowns. So I just want to be really clear that by October, I asked the question of the two professional estimators, how many hard bids, so bid versus estimate, how many hard bids on schools will you have by the time we get to 60%? Because they use those numbers, that's what our DD estimate has, today's numbers. So the inflated numbers with inflated contingencies, that's why we're here. They will see 4 more approximately is what they told me as an answer between June 30th and October. 4 public school bids, hard bids, real numbers by then. One of them I think is SMMA's Andover School. So they will have those numbers in the next few weeks, which will start to inform what those newly estimated, I said they start over from scratch at 60%, that will inform those numbers. They might go up, they might go down. I don't know. No one has a crystal ball, right? So.
But they're not likely to come down by 5 million, right? So we know we have a problem.
Probably in 3 months, but we just saw them go up 5 million in 6 months.
But it's not probably going to come down. So you know
Well,
you
you
have a
don't know.
value engineering issue.
Okay. The reason it would come down, the reason it would come down is right now, all the contractors are swamped and they can't find staff. Now maybe they're finishing up a project or whatnot, and they're thinking, oh gosh, in 25, when this is going to be really under construction, our backlog looks light, so we're going to go for it. I mean,
perhaps.
that's what could change.
It could, but I don't think you think it's likely either, right? I mean, I think you think you're still going to have a problem in October.
That'll be the bidder.
Away.
And it's up to the bidder, what their
it's
crystal
these
ball
other
says.
projects,
I think
right?
we don't know. I think that's the facts. So right now, what we as a building committee are faced with is things we know and things we don't know. We know that the town approved $103 million for the building. We also know that the town approved a school that was presented to them to be built. So we have a design that's based on an educational plan that the town voted on. So we don't know what's going to happen, but we don't want to act precipitously or take steps that impact the educational plan if we don't need to, or if the town doesn't want us to. That's the dilemma that
And how will you figure out what the town wants you to do by October?
That could be a special town meeting that's earlier, that presents to the town this possibility. And, as Dee was saying, you put a warrant on that says up to a certain amount of money. If we don't need to use it, fabulous, great. If we do, we have it. But I'm not saying for a moment, Christine, that we aren't looking at every possible way we can reduce the cost of this project.
Well, that's good, because I think you have to. I think that's your fiscal responsibility.
It's our fiscal responsibility, but we also have a significant responsibility to the children and families.
Of course,
Concord,
of course,
to
of course.
build the school that we wanted to build. So when we look at this, it's going to.
But they didn't say build it at any cost, Pat, right? So that's part of what you have to go back to them with, right? You give them an option, say, you know what I'm saying?
We have to give them the option. So
Say,
I'm not saying that we
yeah,
wouldn't give the
If,
option.
if I can do this, great, this is what it would cost. If I can't do that, here's what it would cost. You know, if I want to stick at the 103, here's what it would look like, right? Give people some options so they can see what the trade-offs are, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
there's no question about that. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a dilemma,
Yeah.
but it's not.
And I assume many school projects are having this exact same dilemma, right? They have to be, right?
So it's interesting in two ways. I have 2 points to make about the Massachusetts School Building Authority, which we are not in their grant program, we are not in their pipeline, but we have done our best to follow their process because it's tried and true. They are very fiscally responsible and they have a clear plan on how this process works. So I have 2 points to make on that. One, if ever a building is reduced in design development or construction documents to take away educational space that has been approved through the educational plan, it's a hard stop. You have to stop your project. It's a whole new project. That's done in schematic design when you go up to the facilities assessment subcommittee. So that's a hard stop for them.
Why would that be?
Because the whole reason they fund schools in Massachusetts is to support the educational plan.
But they've approved the ed plan ahead of time.
Yep.
Okay,
That-
but they
they
haven't
have.
done that here.
No, but our school committee did. in
Yeah,
our
you
building.
did, right, I know, but they have different criteria. That's okay, now I understand what you
I'm
mean.
just saying that we've been held to their
Yeah.
to their level
But that,
previously.
so that
I'm
means,
making the point
so that means that you would not consider cutting any educational space in the
I am just
project?
the chair, I can't speak for the committee, but I'm saying that their process would stop us. That's all.
Yeah, I think, Christine, the
Okay.
point is that we've used MSBA as
Right.
a reference point.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's an excellent reference point.
Mhm.
They take very seriously the role of an approved ed plan.
Right.
We are taking very seriously the ed plan.
Mhm.
It would be, to me, unethical to start at the ed plan to look at ways to cut this building. We would look at everything and then it gets
Okay.
laid out to the voters,
Mhm.
to the public.
So you would show them what it could be, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's
Yeah,
nothing to
that's
be
good.
hidden here.
Right,
There's, you
right.
know,
Well, that's all I'm interested in is the process, right? So FinCom is going to be asked to advise town meeting if you have a special vote, right? So how do we advise it, right? I'm not a building person. I'm looking at your committee and I'm looking at the process that you follow. So if the process that you follow looks good and makes sense, is transparent, and it looks like appropriate trade-offs are made, then that helps me say, this is an okay thing to do. That's what I'm trying to understand is what is your process going to be? And perhaps you haven't figured it out exactly yet, I don't know, to get from where we are to whatever wherever we need to be by whatever date, some of the discussion we had earlier. That's what I'm trying to understand. What's your process going to be?
The process is as we've laid it out and as we voted at our last meeting, that, we're $5 million over. What are we going to do? We could do something right now, or we could wait until October when we're at 60% design and we have some more estimates. So first step in the process was to decide to wait until October. Second step in the process was to ask the professionals to give us their professional opinion of ways that we could cut and how much we could eliminate from this project without disrupting the educational plan. And give us those numbers. Tell us what we could do. And then when we get to our next meeting, we will have a discussion about what do we do next? What else are we going to look at or not look at?
I see.
What would be our recommendation? So I really think we've tried throughout this process.
Right. Can I just ask a question on the timeline? So having run large projects myself, not building projects, IT projects and other projects, that process of figuring out how do I get back to budget, if is not an easy process, right? You have to, it's just not. So it's not a quick process, it's not an easy process, right, exactly.
And we've been through
And
it
it's,
already.
yeah,
so
exactly,
it's-
you know, and you'll probably have to go through it a
Well,
couple
we
more
went through
times,
it
right?
For the betterment of the building, for the sake of the community, because we
Right.
heard them loud and
Right,
clear about
exactly.
the auditorium and the increase in size and gym.
Right, so what do you think the real timeline looks like? How, it doesn't get done in one meeting, right? So I'm just trying to understand.
The 60% estimates come in.
Okay, so you have from now until October,
September-ish,
September? So are you going to meet weekly, or what are you going to do? You had one meeting in June, one meeting in July,
Which
next
is all
week?
we've needed until now, so I assume,
Right.
we haven't talked about when the next meeting is.
But is there an opportunity for
may
you to
depend on
add
how
more?
next
You know what I'm
week's
saying?
meeting goes.
I think next meeting will inform what the cadence needs to be.
Yep,
I totally expect that we will have more meetings in July than in August than one usually has in August, and in September. In September, things rev up anyway, but we're asking for the patients to, let's have our next meeting, let's see how our committee is sitting with this, let's look at what the professionals have outlined as what we've already trimmed from the project, and then we can start to set that cadence.
And
Can
is
I
it, is it,
interject a different question here, and it's about the October timeframe? When, if I understood you correctly, you'll have the 60% estimates from the two companies at that point in time, and they'll be reconciled in some sort. And I think I also heard you say that there are going to be decisions made on maybe 4 other schools earlier in the year, so that you'll have that type of information?
Hard bids.
You'll
So
have hard bids
real
on
numbers
those.
from real
Okay.
contractors ready to build those projects.
Okay, so
Correct.
based on the 60% bid that you have and these other hard
Estimate.
numbers,
estimate, yeah.
estimates,
Thank you.
estimates that you have, 60% estimates
Amherst,
that you
it's
have.
estimate in the minutes.
And
I've got a couple hands raised.
correction to that, yes, a correction to bid, it's estimate. We got that. Okay, so you have the estimates at the 60%, and you have this other information. Can you come up with a level of certainty in terms of what the final bid would be? The final estimate would
Bid.
be?
Bid.
Based, bid then, and now it's a bid.
That's now, it's the
Now
final,
a
is the
okay.
bid, no.
Can you come up then with a level of certainty associated with that 60% and other information? Or how could you go about doing that to come
I'm
up
only
with?
smiling because if I had the answer, I'd be a millionaire.
I would say
that
it's-
is the
it's fair
art
to
form
say-
Of estimating.
I
So
think
they
it's fair to
use
say
those
it gets
numbers.
closer every time.
Yes, and you have more information in the drawings.
And is
So-
is it also fair to say that the design, I do see Matt and Amherst both have their hand raised. But is it also fair to say that with the estimate that just came in, the professionals are working to, for the 60% design estimate package, to cut things out to try and bring it down as we speak? Because they put out a bid, they thought it was going to be the 103, came in higher because of every crazy thing that's going on. You know, so roof tiles or whatever else it is. Are they, as they do this 60% design package, working to value engineer that so that when it goes out at 60%, they've already done part of the work on value engineering?
I don't want to speak for them, but I can say that in general, professionals try to do their best job to make smart decisions on behalf of the client that they're designing the building for, to continue to be cost conscious in their design decisions. The one factor that's unusual here is not that they've changed what they're doing, it's factors that no one has any control over.
Right.
So it's hard to value engineer something without the building committee saying, please take this out of the project as part of the scope or change this, because that's a major design decision. That's not for them to make, that's for them to suggest and us to say yes or no to. So that's
Okay.
part of what we'll start next week, that discussion. But to take something out of the project that we think is in there as a committee without us knowing is not something that I
Okay.
expect they would be doing. So, so they are working towards 60%. There will be more information in the drawings. We will have our estimators, as they start a new round of estimating, will have better numbers. Is roofing still going up? Is it leveled? Is it coming down? What are the factors that are affecting their estimating numbers? And if their numbers are starting to change, that will be reflected in the 60%. And at the 60%, we will have a path to say, here are the things to now take out of the building because our estimates haven't changed. I'm using that as an example. If nothing's changed, we're still 5 million over. We have a list of VM items that we've discussed as a committee between now and then to take out. Or there's a path that, you know, says, nope, we think the town wants this building without any VM, and here's our path to a special town meeting. I'm just using examples that have been talked about tonight. I'm not saying that's
Yep,
the
and
only thing.
I'm gonna now call on Matt Johnson.
At some point, can I make my second MSBA point? I only
Oh,
made the
sure.
point about.
Matt,
yeah,
can
I'm
you hold
sorry.
on for
And Matt, if
Matt, you're gonna have to hold on for a minute.
I had 2 points to make, and I know that
What was the first one?
the first one was, yeah, we don't need to go back to there, but it's an important.
The first one was educational plan.
No, he's joking.
The building has to support the ed plan. That's critical to the MSBA process. The second point is, and I don't have a project in this, but I know our designers do, and they shared this with me. Per the MSBA, you have to have a list of value management. You have to design to the budget, okay? But because the circumstances are so unusual in the past 6 to 9 months, 6-ish months, this past year, 2022, they are allowing projects to continue to draw. To your point, are they value engineering anything out right now? They're allowed to continue to draw, but just have that list of items that they can then implement. And that is so unusual in all my years of doing MSBA work. They have never said, keep designing even though you're over budget. I think they're recognizing the volatility and allowing for this to, you know, for this to hopefully change. And if it doesn't, then there's the value engineering list or the deduct alternate list that gets them on budget. So just so you know, the MSBA, in all their wisdom and all their strict policies, have changed in the last 6 months.
So on that subject, any chance we can get money out of them if they're changing?
I mean, you can keep asking, but
have to ask.
You can keep asking, but there's a lot of communities that are also still asking. So
Okay.
yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to make that point because I think it's important. They are like the gold standard of how, you know, for the process of designing public schools in Massachusetts. And even people who don't, this is an example. I've done schools in Newton that weren't part of the MSBA, but they followed to a T the MSBA process because it's tried and true. And for them to recognize that things are volatile right now in so many projects, and we heard it from our estimators on June 30th.
Sure.
They are just seeing all of these things. Roofing's never been volatile, ever. It's like it's mostly materials costs. They talked about at our meeting, 80% of their costs are materials, 20% is labor. So the fact that it's so volatile by so much tells you that the materials are what's driving that. So the MSBA is recognizing this.
Does it mean then that the MSBA thinks the prices are going to come down because they're not going to give them any more money?
They might.
No, I can't speak for the
no,
MSBA,
they're not.
definitely.
They're not gonna do
I
that.
don't know. I think it's a recognition that the times are unusual, is all I can say for them. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my God, the MSBA is allowing that because that's not their standard process. So
Okay,
thank
Matt.
you for letting me make that point. I think it's important.
And Mr. Johnson.
Amrith was ahead of me and he's a member of the committee, so I defer to him first.
No, go ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
Okay, so 3 quick points. First, the one of information. I think we keep talking about bids of 103, but we're really talking about bids of 80, right? Because it's the construction bids that we will be getting. And even, you know, when you talk about the budget is 100 and change. The extra to get us to 103 is a bidding contingency. In other words, you know, we should be targeting a total project cost of 100 and change. And then if the bids come in high, we've got a contingency that could cover. So that's one thing. Second thing is, if we have a special town meeting, I think people are thinking about like a one article, but we actually, given this question about what the public really wants, we could have like 3 articles, one that would show, it would more or less be a referendum on the current budget, but with a cut scope. Second one where a modestly higher budget, but a somewhat cut scope. And then one finally, that's the current scope with the full budget. And so then you can sort of see what the temperature is and whether the town meeting would, special town meeting would approve that. And then the third thing we need to be aware of is that if there isn't an additional appropriation required or debt exclusion, we have to have a election. And so we need to have time for that, and that needs to happen, you know, before all, and not get in the way of the bidding.
Matt, I was thinking the same thing in terms of I guess what you're talking about is a tiered warrant article. And we used to do this back in the day for the school budget and the town budget, where we had, you know, good, better, and best. And the town meeting, I can't remember exactly how we went through this, but, you know, we would see all 3 choices and, you know, vote, I think, first on the top one and the second one or third one, I can't remember. But it can all be done on a single article at a special town meeting, and you've got one coming up in October anyway.
But
We're not sure yet whether we're going to have
Yeah,
a
they don't-
special town meeting in October.
Yeah, okay.
And
Also-
I personally believe that would get in the way of the process that the committee has already voted to pursue.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that would be getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, Amrith.
Yeah, so Matt touched upon the multiple options at town meeting, multiple options before the public, so I'll skip that one. I think the 2 things which remain, which we need to understand, are what is the process moving forward? And we keep talking about special town meeting, but it's very likely we also need to have an election vote, depending on how much the amount is. So somebody who understands the process and the mechanics needs to tell us how all of these things are going to work, and we need to give Carmen a heads up. She's not in this meeting today, so we should give her a heads up and get her input as well. And the part which I'm particularly interested in understanding is how we're going to come up with the alternatives, which we're going to look at. Are we good? There was talk about, can we get under the 103 number? Are we going to try and do that? Or are we going to assume we're going to blow the 103 number and we're going to have the meeting first? Who is the person who needs to make that decision? And is that something which the town can help us with, maybe at our next meeting? I don't think we have the people right here to make that decision, but we should probably look to Carrie to get us that information. And maybe
Yeah.
the last thing which I had is for either Ms. Nelson or Ms. Gorillo, what are the odds that at 60% time, you get a sense that the numbers are going to come in under 103 million? The sense inflation, everybody says, is going to come down. What are the odds?
Was the question at 60%?
What are the odds the number's going to come down from the
Yeah, at
103?
60%, they may not, but there may be a level of comfort in reduction of escalation or contingency
Okay.
as a
Thank you.
guess, because there may be a little more certainty where things are headed. I mean, literally, as I was driving here, they were talking about everyone's convinced the recession's going to hit before the end of the year.
Right.
So heard it on the radio on the drive here, and I just laughed. So no one knows. Our estimators, professional estimators that do this for a living, told us it's not likely to change in 3 months. Is
Okay.
it likely to change by March when this gets bid out? Maybe, but that's part of our uncertainty. There's no way to know for sure. So
Thank you.
I'm not sure that's an answer for you.
No, but
Am-
no,
Amrith,
if your answer was any more precise than you would be a billionaire by predicting the future. So I'm asking you for a crystal ball, which I know neither of us have.
You should go to Vegas.
I know, everyone keeps asking if I
Hey,
have
go
this
to
crystal
Vegas
ball.
and
You can go to Vegas or bet on the stock market, similar.
I have one more, I have one
I
question.
was going to answer
Go ahead,
one of
go ahead,
Amher's.
go ahead.
Amherst, in terms of who makes the decision on what number is eventually presented to town meeting, that is the school committee.
Sorry, no, that was not my question on who decides the number. Yes, school committee decides the number. My question is, what is the
Right.
process we're going to use?
No, it's a school committee motion. It's a school committee article.
Guys recommend to the select board, don't they? No?
Separately elected entity, the school committee will decide that number to put in the article. Now, they will converse with the select board and the FinCom, but it's, at the end of the day, it's the school committee's article.
It was a town project though, so we didn't put the first article.
Yeah.
Oh, town.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not how it worked, right, but, okay. Okay.
Okay,
I have a different question, right, exactly. So we know what, this most recent process through design was around the construction costs. Is there estimated to be any change in the soft costs on top?
That's, some of it could be contingency. And typically, so
don't
here's
know
a,
what that
here's an
means. Is
interesting,
it gonna go up?
contingency is part of soft costs.
Okay,
So typically that number will go down some because of, you have more information. the
Passage of
estimate- Yeah,
time.
but,
but that's a big number. There's $20 million in there, that's overhead and so
well, a
forth.
lot of it's in our professionals.
Right, so that's what
Yeah,
I'm asking.
and
you.
testing.
So Are
So-
they, when do they ever recut a
No.
number or their
No,
numbers
we've signed a
fixed?
contract with them. They're getting
Okay,
paid.
that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
find out.
yep.
So
That's
that,
fixed.
most of that number is not gonna move to the extent we move
Correct.
contingency, we could.
And a lot of that's based on percentage of the budget. So
If
because,
the budget gets bigger, oh,
They
you mean
don't
the
get-
contingency is?
yeah, they won't, what they're getting paid unless they do additional services.
That's really what I'm
Okay.
asking. I was trying
Yeah,
to make sure.
no,
that
they're
that
not
wasn't
changing
another-
no.
Okay, that's not another variable. That's what I was trying to figure.
Can I just ask, make a request?
You can see that in the.
The education plan, can you send a copy to the finance committee?
Sure, it's all available on our website,
Is
but,
it pretty clearly labeled? It's,
oh, you know what, I'm not
because
on
there's
Wi-Fi.
probably a ton of,
It's in there, approved.
okay.
I found it
thank
the
you.
other day, but we can
Okay.
distribute it.
Yep,
'cause
thank
There's
you.
a lot of information on our website.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Just a quick point of information, the 102.8 number that we have today was set by the select board, not by the school committee.
Okay. I will rescind my previous comments.
And I think it was a recommendation from our
Amherst,
committee,
Amherst,
Matt.
please delete that from the minutes. I
Okay,
have been- I stand corrected and I'm happy to be so. I probably think of the high school, which is a different entity.
So we meant, and going back to the timeline, that's pretty clear, right? We need to, a special town meeting, regular town meeting, whatever. And then somebody mentioned, might have been Carrie or someone else, about potentially the need if we're going to go with a debt exclusion for an election. When do we, I'm looking at Carrie, when do we get a sense of whether that's going to be necessary, or are we pretty sure we would need an election for this? Again, just trying to understand, because there's not a lot of time left before April comes around the corner.
I think we usually do exclude a debt for projects.
Well, right, if there was an additional amount needed, it for sure would be excluded. And we wouldn't know if we need an election until we were talking about whether or not we were going to put forward a special town meeting article for additional funding for the project.
So then now I'm going to look to Peggy and maybe to Matt and Lori and others, but like, when does the entire town, can we get some sort of tentative schedule that says, hey, between now and October, you've already told us a bit of it, but the amorphous end for me is how that lines up with whatever legal requirements we need for town meeting and special election. And how do we fit that within the bids going out to at the end of February?
It doesn't feel like a lot of time.
It's not.
No, really.
That's why.
That's what I'm.
I mean,
So that's why I
special
think
town
getting
meetings
that
are
calendar would
usually
be,
45 days, right? There's a 45-day period to call a special town meeting.
But- So again, we don't have to develop the calendar now, but maybe in the next couple of days, get that out there so that people can look at it and react to it. Because I'm presuming that that might help you as you think about ways to reduce, et cetera. Yeah, okay.
Definitely, thank you.
Well, I think we've raised more questions than we've answered tonight.
Sorry.
And Matt, if we are gonna have a special town meeting for the Nagog water facility, when that warrant opens, then this question will have to be answered, whether or not there's a middle school budget item on that warrant, or do we wait until we have bids in hand, but you don't have the funding for the bid?
I would say that take a middle ground.
We've got
right?
more questions than answers right now, so.
Ready in October. you
No,
said.
I would suggest a special town meeting, but not the one, if we have to do it, for the waterworks, that instead it would be a later one at the end of the year, more or less, that would be dedicated to this topic.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it needs to happen after this October 60%.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
And the value management and other tasks that the committee is taking.
Yeah, we need to be deliberate, you're right.
What does complicate that is the October 60%, Matt, that we're working towards now, the 60% construction documents that our professionals are moving forward to. At the end of that is when they need to know if we're making changes, major changes or not.
So that's
So
the
that,
last,
without delay.
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
I see. It would
Yeah,
extend.
yes.
Is that how do you
And
do
delay
that?
is, time is money. So, that's the drop dead that we've been told by our professionals, that the decisions need to be made then, because then they're moving towards 90% construction documents. It's a lot harder to make major changes at that point, because you're almost done.
So
Already shorten the construction period?
There was a recommendation, our OPM reached out to a public builder, got feedback on the construction, and they said that, a project of this scale and caliber could be done, I think it was 22 months.
A little shorter than what,
Yeah, I think it
what
was
you
a
had
2-month
thought or originally?
differential, 24 to 22, and I'm going on memory here, so. April to February, yeah.
Does that
so,
help at all?
it helps
I'm
with
just saying it
cost.
on this-
Yes, I mean, the less time that they're mobilized and out on the site, the less money it will cost to build the project, in theory.
Don't
Is
they
that
have
what
to
you're,
accelerate something, or,
not necessarily.
so they just think it's gonna take less time?
Yeah,
Ah,
I
okay,
mean,
I see.
Yep,
Good.
I'm
But the-
building a building about that size from last April, and it's done this October,
No,
so I mean,
I was
like,
just
it's not.
connecting the dots back to your earlier comment about if we didn't have the answer in October and it would delay. And so I'm just wondering, do you have a couple months to play with because you got some acceleration on the building?
I'd have
That's
to
all
ask
I
our
was-
professionals. I don't think so, but I could ask.
Anyway, just.
Yeah, they're online, they can hear. Yeah, it would, it's a bid, yeah, and it's them having to do work for longer too, so I don't know if that's an answer, I don't know.
So,
It was an idea.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad one.
so it almost seems now, based on what you just said, between now and end of September, both continue with the current specs and start thinking about value engineering. So by the end of September, when you're ready to hand over construction documents for the 60% bid,
Not
they're gonna-
full construction
I'm
document.
sorry, the
60%
construction
construction
estimate,
documents.
60%
60%.
construction documents for the estimate in October. One path is give us estimates for this, but then you've done the work on where can we reduce scale back without affecting the education plan presumably, or maybe some of it does. Some of the options do, I don't know the answer. And have those costed out as well at the 60% stage.
We can have general estimate as part of the discussion, you have to have a number to put out there, otherwise why is it worth talking about? But they would then verify those numbers or put a number, hard estimated number to that then, yes. So it's basically like an itemized list.
Exactly.
Yep.
So then I guess going to what Matt said, trying to connect some of these dots. I don't know if, Matt, you were implying that we potentially time a special town meeting at the end of December.
Well, no, actually, probably very soon, at like the end of October, right?
Okay,
Now you've got those hard numbers.
that's where I was
You're not
going.
going to delay the design team any further because you get a quick read based upon real data.
Yep, okay, that's where I was going. So we bring that up to maybe November, mid-November or something.
Yeah.
Maybe we do it on Thanksgiving so everybody shows up.
We always meet on Thursdays.
There you go. And then an election would be 30 days. Is there a requirement of how many days afterwards?
Yeah, we did the main building in a week or 2 weeks. It was fairly soon.
You have to
I've
notice-
done
election
them
just have to
one
notice
week
it.
to the
Sure,
next.
sometime in November, sometime November, December election. And then at the end, beginning of January, you then have a 90%. And I'm wondering at the town meeting, if we go with the three options, the 90% then would come in for those three options, if that's the choice folks are making, right? In other words, present three options
But we'd have to present those three options
in October, after at the town meeting.
in October.
Right, so what I'm suggesting is,
At the regular town meeting, we wouldn't have to put it on the warrant. It'd be
no,
done.
I agree, but what I'm suggesting then is if we're going to go that route, the school building committee probably needs to start that path of, well, what are the three options, four options, whatever,
Sure.
that we might want to consider. Does that seem that seems logical?
Reasonable. And tonight's
Okay.
the first night I've heard of that as a scenario.
Fair
So
enough.
that's something we should talk about
Yeah.
as a committee, for sure. Yeah.
Good.
And I'm just looking at the professional schedule. They start 90% on Halloween, 10/31. So I'm assuming that's when, the difference between the middle of the month and then the end of the month to get the clearance to say, yep, keep going into 90% construction documents would be when we would need to tell them, this is the direction the building needs to go per our community or our committee,
Yep.
depending on which path.
And I think it's really important. I would urge you guys to have a couple options for the town. Anybody that's listened as I got on my high horse on the finance committee, sort of presenting options to the residents, because ultimately they're the ones making the decisions, frankly.
Absolutely.
We ought to be in a position to present the options to them and let them make up the mind versus one or the other. So, and particularly at a time, frankly, I'm not even sure when we have the estimates in October. There's probably a 10, 15% variance by the time we go in the spring, because nothing seems right.
Yeah.
So,
I agree, Parashar. I wonder if it'll be 2 or 3 options, because when we get to 60%, we may not need that top number. We've got a middle, we've already come to a middle number, but maybe there's another middle, depending on what we get. So, but if we have a special town meeting at the end of October or the first week of November, that warrant is going to be open and closed before you get those bids back.
Estimates.
The estimates.
That's okay.
Estimates.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
That's it.
I'm
you
I'm
get-
not trying to. I'm
See,
trying to be really specific.
No, I
because
absolutely,
those
it's a
words
big,
matter. So
big
yes,
difference. It
estimates.
matters. I
Yep.
absolutely understand that.
Yep.
But those estimates would come in after the warrant closed.
and
But
that's sort
if
of
it
maybe-
was within the scope of the warrant article, i.e. smaller,
Yeah.
then the town moderator may rule that it's within the scope and she can go forward with different numbers in the motion. So-
And for what it's worth, maybe there could be, suggestions of ranges or not to, let me think about how I want to say this, but that there, as I'm thinking through scenarios, there's we're willing to spend up to X for the building that was put forward at the town meeting, and we recognize that the economy is volatile and that building
good
could
word.
cost X, right?
Yeah.
Or I'm willing to support a building that is what was shown at town meeting without Y in it at whatever value, because
Right.
we would use
Yes.
these estimating numbers
Yes.
now, not, what it's gonna tell us at 60% is, are there any changes? Do we think there will be based on our estimators? Not huge. Could there be by March? Maybe. So that's where.
We're going with a straw roof. I think I thank you both, and Lori and Bob, all for coming. This has been, I think, really informative. Are there any other members on the committee that would like to ask a question? Seeing none, thank you. Just really hearing each other out, I think is a great way to proceed.
Thank you
A
for
terrible
having us.
time to build anything, and it's probably not going to be a great time to finance, but we have already financed some of this. And that will be another thing that we'll weigh in on, but we'll do that with Carrie and her team.
So probably after your meeting next week, you'll know a lot more. Your committee
Yes.
will have a chance to
think
talk
so.
about all these things. And I guess when you get that, maybe you'll let us know when's the next best time to talk to you, once you have a better sense of perhaps your own schedule. Because particularly if it's a tight calendar, which it sounds like under either scenario it may be, we want to be right behind you so that we're not, because we're going to have to write a report. We're going to, we don't want to be like bringing you in at the end to go, gee, can you start from the beginning?
Right.
So Suresh and I are observers, so we'll watch the meetings and we'll
Yeah.
bring that back to the committee. But you'll have to, maybe tell us when's a good time to come back and, have the next discussion.
We will
That'd
do
be
that.
great.
Yes.
Well, we'd appreciate that. It's a lot of your
Thank you
time.
very much.
Thank you. This is great.
Before
Thank
you
you.
leave,
Very much.
Before you leave, sorry, I'm going to ask if there are any citizen comments. We have one in writing. And I don't see him online. So do we have any citizen comments? Yes. You have to come and sit at this microphone. You're certainly welcome to.
Hi, my name is Yumi Suarez. I'm at 45 Oxbow. Hello. Hi, everyone. I have a question for the Finance Committee, and I know that you make a recommendation at town meeting or special town meeting. So you were asking about kind of what the citizens are thinking. Is it helpful for you to hear directly from citizens? Or,
Absolutely.
so you recommend people, what's the best way to get,
Well, typically we have a hearing, right? So this is not a hearing, but when we go, when we, in the process, I'm sure we'll have a hearing. So if there's a special town meeting to ask for more money, FinCom will have a hearing.
But in the interim, is it helpful? I would just say that, I know I've spoken to a lot of fellow parents and family, members here who are really committed to the educational plan. And of course, I'm not saying blindly, let's, increase it by X amount. There's still a lot that we need to know. But I think the point that Pat and Don were making about, we voted certainly for this budget, but we voted for this vision. And I think there's a certain need for this building. I think we all know that, but I don't think we would have voted for it if we didn't think it was going to be a great building, not just for my kids who are certainly going to have access to it, but for, generations from now. I hear these people at town meetings saying, my kids went there or I went there. And I like to think that when when my kids have that conversation in many years, if they're choose to stay in Concord, that I can feel like we did kind of what was best for them, right? And we said, this is what we built, and we're kind of leaving that legacy. So I would just say that I know there's lots of different opinions, but, as a current parent, but someone who's certainly committed to Concord, I feel like, I think it's a great educational plan. I think we all, value education here, and I hope, that's my opinion, but I certainly think there's others who would share that as well, in terms of, as we think about financing this building, like how much we're all willing to make a commitment. So that's certainly just my opinion, but I'm certainly happy to encourage others to, I don't know if in the interim, to send emails or attend other hearings, or if, as you say, we should just, attend the hearing that comes up formally
All of our
beforehand.
meeting, all of our agendas are public. Our agendas are published, so we'll be having this discussion amongst ourselves. All our meetings are public, and people are welcome to come, welcome to join online, and welcome to email us at our email address, which must be on the town's website.
It is on the website. We do have another.
Yes, we do have, we've got
yeah.
Matt.
No, Dory Keough I was looking at.
Where's that?
Hang on, before we move to the next question, could I ask the person who asked the question to please state her name slowly?
Oh, yes,
Oh.
he's taking the minutes.
Oh, sorry, it's Yumi.
Spell it.
It's Yumi, Yumi, and my last name is Suarez, Suarez.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and I'm at 45 Oxbow. So thanks for your time. Thanks for everyone's good work. I know there's a lot of work going in across the board, and for the chance to speak.
Thank you. Matt, I don't see Dory.
My question is, when is
got
the
her hand
finance
up?
committee,
Oh, she's gonna, oh,
when is the finance committee capital plan hearing?
oh, Matt, we don't have that on the schedule yet. I need to, I was gonna
I
put
just
that on
thought you had
my.
everybody in the room. It might be possible, but okay.
What date would you like to recommend? You gave me a date.
Yeah, I gave you, I think it was November, sometime in November.
You know what, I will get that, I will get your question to, our board tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
My bad. I was hoping for doing that next week, but I'll get you that. Dory Kehoe.
Yes, thank you. Dory Keough, 51 MacArthur Road. I just have a quick comment. There was a lot of discussion at town meeting and in early January when the vote was taken that we're using the 103 million, which is much better than trying to get into the nitty of the numbers. But I'm getting the sense tonight that has now sort of not been gone by the wayside, but it meant something to people. And while the cost of living has increased, and I'm here because I've talked with a number of people who are my age and older who've lived here for many, many years. Many of them were school employees, town employees. Their kids have all gone through school. They want to continue living here. They want to continue paying their fair share, but it's getting out of reach for people. And now I hear that the number of 103, which came after much discussion, seems like well, that was yesterday. And now we'll come up with other numbers and maybe put in several numbers in options. And so I just would like to say that was done in good faith. It was voted on at town meeting. It was voted and approved at the polls. And now I hear people suggesting having other options. So may I just put in a word for that 103, knowing that inflation is rampant. It's just so difficult for anybody to live. But our incomes have not increased to make pace with that. We're all having to pay more for food and gas and things like that. And now it seems like, well, that was a long time ago. 103 was a figure, but we'll come up with other figures now. So may I please put in a word, just as the speaker before me is concerned as a parent, and I was a parent and concerned, but there is a reality to this, and that number came up. And I just say again, people who are living on fixed incomes, their salary is not increasing and has no way of increasing. So just keep that in mind, if you will, please, in the long term. Thank you very much for listening. And I just thank you all for all that you're doing. If you're talking about finance, that just automatically gets my admiration, because it's always so confusing to me. So many thanks to you all, but please keep in mind what was done just months ago, and let's keep it in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Thank you for joining us and speaking up.
Okay.
Carlin?
Hi, Carlin Reed, 83 Wits End. Chairman Briggs, I believe at the beginning of this session, you said that you had some estimates on the financial impact of an increase in the total building construction cost. I don't think I heard any numbers, and I don't know if you're prepared to give an idea of, say, what would be the financial impact to the median household tax bill if you raised it by an additional $5, $6, or $10 million. But perhaps that's for a different meeting. I don't know what you have in mind about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Carlin. I was just looking for it in my package, and I know our town manager has put together some numbers. It depends on a few things, like everything. It's not a single factor. Depends for every 1 say for every 1 million in the school cost, we could make an estimate, but it depends on how long we do the finance is. So I am, Carlin, if you could maybe tune into our meeting next week on the 28th, which is our regular meeting. This meeting, we're really trying to focus on what we can interact with the school building committee on. And we've done that, and we've, I think, worn everyone out. But the question of financing and different financing alternatives will be on our agenda for our regular meeting next week on the 28th. But thank you for
very much. I certainly will. Appreciate that very much. Thanks.
Okay.
I would just like to say that, to Ms. Corey's point and to Carlin's question, we do take that seriously too. And in fact, I asked today for Carrie to figure that out for us so that we could have in our heads some understanding of each incremental million over what we've asked for, how it would impact the taxpayers. So that our charge is to build a school, but that is not something that we're discounting.
That's right. And I would just add that if we also come up with a number, a tax impact per, say, 1 million of additional cost, it also depends on the value of the home. So, you know, it ends up turning into a whole page of numbers, not just one number.
I'll just point out, it was done incrementally for
Yes.
$1 million back before the previous town meeting and vote for the main project. So the information is out there. It just needs to be dug up. So it was done that way. You had the main project and then the incremental per million more. So
Okay.
there's information out there, and I'm sure Carrie would be willing to
Or
share.
she,
and
Carrie,
we're likely to
yeah.
bring it up at our meeting as well.
Yeah, we absolutely have the information. I just don't have it. Well, you know, maybe put together a little table and we can discuss it and put the table up on the screen for everybody rather than trying to wing it with a whole lot of numbers. We're all, everyone's looking a little brain dead right now. And we
We're about to end it.
we are about to end it. I want, like, we have two sets of minutes to approve. You are dismissed.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you both.
you.
Thank you all for coming. This, I know your schedules are really full. We will try not to invite you to too many more meetings. We'll
No,
come
we're
to
welcome
yours
to
or talk on the
continue
phone.
Conversation.
I think that
That's-
this is what made this whole process work over these past couple of years.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Lori. Bob, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, your glasses are gonna fog up when you walk out, you know. Okay, I would like to, thank you. We have two sets of minutes to approve, May 26th.
Second.
Sorry, can't hear you, whoever was speaking.
That was D moved to approve the May 26th minutes. And
And I
Chris
seconded.
seconded. Any comments? All in favor? Roll call. I'm going to hold the roll call for both the minutes.
Yeah.
June 23rd,
Motion to approve the minutes as presented for June 23rd.
Second.
Excuse me, June 22nd.
Oh, June
no,
22nd.
June 23rd, 2022. Amherst, do you have those? That was
23rd,
D,
June
D
23rd.
moving.
I do. I have both of those.
Okay, I'm going to do roll call unless there are any comments. Okay, I'm going to do roll call. Ray,
Yes.
Suresh,
Yes.
Peggy, yes. Eric,
Yes.
Amherst,
Yes.
Don,
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
You can abstain if you want. D,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
and Parashar stepped out of the room. Do we need another one? Amherst, is that enough?
Yeah.
That's enough, I think.
Okay.
You had enough, yes.
Okay, good, excellent.
Great.
Good job, everyone.
So in that I got Parashar was not at the meeting and Lindsay abstained, correct?
She said yes.
Oh, you said yes, okay.
Okay,
So before the minutes are posted, Peggy, on the second one, June 23rd, when the video link is available, it should be posted. It's not currently available in the draft.
was that a question to me?
No, it's whoever posts these minutes needs to take a look at the minutes. On the June 23rd minutes, it says insert video link when posted.
Okay.
Okay.
Somebody needs to insert video link when posted.
Parashar, would you like to vote in favor of the minutes?
Sure.
Okay, add
Aye.
Parashar. Okay. And now I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.
Moved. I'll second.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.